Hey, this looks like a good place. No, no, no. The fuck? Didn't say there's water there. The life of a farmer. Du, 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 du. The life of a farmer. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, that. Oh my lord. Oh, yes. I dig a rock. Pickaxe. Hello. Here's the magnet. My base is just caves. Oh fuck, what am I doing? Going up here. Nope, I was robbed. Ah, Nessuno lo sa di tutto. Really? What the fuck is it? No. Hey, dear. See you later. So, what? Hey, fucking trees. Why not? I get a lot of satisfaction, man. I'm not very good at this game. No more space, right? Ah, yeah. Oh, you cunt. Вот так. Вот так. Yeah, five. Third. Oh, did it?
Yep, just come up on my news feed
Where?
from the Herald. Dunno, just came up. 18 mil power bill struck tonight.
Oh, damn it. That's the box. Fucking hell, they're all boxed.
Jaden, come on. That's already in there.
Let's go jumping in.
Yeah.
Alright.
Why is everyone always naked on this game?
To show you my booty, boy.
Yeah, that's not the booty. The first time. We taught a kid say, we taught a kid hit the ball to the What can I have one of these guys?
Oh no, no, you're gonna eat the ones in there. Inside.
Inside what?
Oh my gosh, go look, boy. That's mum. What the fuck? Jaden, hurry up. What a Rudy bump. Go get changed. Go get changed, Ed. Oh shit. Connor, don't be stupid, Ed. You watch your mum and dad. That's it.
Mom, eat them all, Dad.
Right, Stephen.
Come here. Come here.
Only 50. Only 50, I think. 50 for furnace. Yeah, there's two. That's all. Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh. This is the first one. Hey. Good week. I have mine.
I think about the car crash a lot. I know he caused it, and I reacted the best way possible. But it's hard to let it go. When I asked what had happened to him, the doctor said he really will be impacted anymore, and things would have been much worse. They said he was lucky. It's bound to become contagious. Liz lost us a ray of hope regardless of despair.
It looked like he had led his army into unmitigated disaster.
This small town, Middle Italy, went on to become the center of an empire. Mary Bear presents Rome, Empire Without Limit. New series Monday, 8:30 on History. Towers use simple policies of food are very popular. For example, they had insured a house with us. Tony insured his car, and the cooks insured the lot. But because Tower offers vehicle installments, everyone's away. So buy Tower insurance.
Oh, sorry. Just here to feed the cat.
Buy Tower insurance online today. The magic band of the NRL are set to light up the nights. Get up and shake it for all those greatest party. The Donna NRL of the Nights. Live tomorrow, Sky Sports 2.
In 1954, David Attenborough embarked on a groundbreaking television series.
And now, 60 years later, it's here in glorious colour.
I was astonished to hear that they have all this colour recognition. I have never seen it.
Most of the photography of people like insects was almost unknown. Nobody had done this before.
We were rebels, really.
Brian Fleming, Sunday, with the premiere of Edinburgh Soup Race in colour. From Cape into Bluff, Kiwi's lifestyle. But however you enjoy your favourite shows and sport, it helps know what's on. And Skywatch Magazine is like your best mate when it comes to watching Sky. We're kicking off the Best X Super Rugby as the 2017 season gets underway. The 54 Caliber Awards are here, cricket continues, and league begins. We highlight giant pandas, the Oscars, and spring break with Grandad. Plus recipes, giveaways, interviews, and more. It's all here this month in Skywatch.
When movies are this good, one word says it all. Great. Great.
Love it.
Great.
Serious. Just yes.
Just the greatest of our 8 movie channels. The two titans of the ancient world are battling for supremacy. By 218 BC,
Now stand up. I need to get some socks. I need to get some socks.
the Carthage is determined to stop its advance. Hannibal recruits a massive barbarian army to execute an audacious strategy. An overland attack through the Alps. Caught in the high passes of the mountain, Hannibal's bold
Yeah.
I see. And when you look at these examples of strong leadership, it's not about them. It's about people who they are leading. It's bigger than any one of them as individuals.
Nothing is right. We've had to think on it. Give you also. You won't find the courage to believe in yourself. You will find it in the belief of those who follow you. A great leader is able, at the worst of conditions, at the worst of times, to continue on. A man who can conquer his own feelings, thoughts, and emotions can conquer the world.
He would not let the apparently insurmountable obstacles get in the way of achieving his ultimate vision, which was the destruction of Rome.
Hold on. No, you can't pull it. You can't pull it. You can't pull it. You can't pull it. Shut up. Shut up. So big lady. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
7 months after leaving his fleet, Hannibal escapes the Arabs. But he arrives in Italy in the path of the army that watched thieves and baptized. Only 4 of his 36 mighty war outposts survive.
You wait here, please.
That's absolutely terrible. He's
I'll do 1 minute.
enormous losses. It's like the biggest defeat in a battle. Once Hannibal arrives into the town of
What?
he's a bit of a
Hold on. Wait.
on one hand, his forces are depleted, and he needs to recruit new allies to supplement his forces. But in order to do this, in order to build up his strength, he actually has to start being enormous battle.
Because he was an amazing on the side. They didn't see this coming. It was taken them completely by surprise.
Hey, that's enough.
Unexpected. Hostile in Northern Italy.
Hannibal sets out to conquer Rome. His barbarian army leaves a trail of death as they head for the capital city. They rout the Romans in battle after battle. Execution, Trinity, they trust him. With every victory, Hannibal is one step closer to Rome. It seems he is an unstoppable series of significant defeats of the Roman army. This serves as a recruiting call to other disaffected tribes, to other tribes that they conquered previously. Determined to press his advantage, Hannibal seizes a critical grain supply in Canada to starve the Republic, which is their mission. The move forces a showdown. On the plains outside the city, the army is mute for an apocalyptic crash. Harass the Mongol movement is dead. Anything you can do to block it. Lady Jenny X.
I swear, by the deathless blows that I shall not rest until the heart of Rome beats dry on the sword of carnage. 60 digits, 85,000 men.
I remember it was 2-1.
Yeah.
I've been bringing our maniacs to this field. We fall right into our trap. Today,
Buffalo.
bring coffee back to its rightful place. As yourself believe you're no doubt. In our hearts, we outnumber the moment. Tenfold. The more than now. Great job, Adrian. I was dead. He just doesn't know it yet. I wish Father could be here. He is. So is every man lost in the mountain. Every warrior. Sacrifice their lives. Bring us to this one. It was the barbarians who sought to protect their own people. It was the barbarians, so-called, who opposed slavery. It was the barbarians who refused to succumb to the efforts of Rome to make them slaves. They were the earliest freedom fighters.
2,000 miles ago, we could have stayed and fought Rome in España. But we didn't want to fight just an arm of Rome. We wanted to wrap our jaws around her neck and fight off her head. 1,000 miles ago, we could have fought Rome again, but we fought the mountain instead. And the thousands who stand here today won that battle. Here, on Roman soil, we are finally ready to fight. No more waiting, no more walking, no more dreaming. Today, we will be victorious! Today, we will take our revenge!
Relive the defining moments of a young nation's history. It was my career, most of it. They also knew to win and witness America's greatest battles for liberty. There's no more back to the country as it was before. And fuel America's favorite 22. Always. Never seen just like any other family. I'll say you're one of the girl bands, so thank you. It's the queen of options. And unlike any other family, you have this huge amount of respect for your boss. And I always view her as my boss. Sunday, brand new Elizabeth at 90, a family tribute. Try. For the first time ever, our Silver Birds face off against Wales in an historic back-to-back Test series. Wales versus Silver Birds, first test, Wednesday live, Sky Sport 3. decades, breathtaking dramas, epic new release movies, already on your TV. Break the ice. Enjoy them anytime. Awesome. Sky box office. Too easy. In an election year, you do have
I can't campaign. You know what? Campaigning.
She's got to play ball.
Just a little pregame interview about football influences.
Now tell me, Madam Secretary, when have you accomplished the NFL football in safe place?
Well, that's a pretty good question. Question is asked.
Time for drama. Thursday, with new season, Madam Secretary.
We're at war, gentlemen. Every day and then a dime.
When do we expect delivery of your first Super Bowl?
Rome's power is on the rise, but it has one formidable rival to control the ancient world. Carthage. Its great general, Hannibal. His barbarian force scaled the Alps to strike directly into Rome's heart. Now two ancient armies stand ready for an epic clash. On one side, 85,000 Roman soldiers. On the other, 50,000 barbarian warriors determined to stop Rome's advance across the continent. Scipio imagines a glorious victory, but he's underestimated the barbarian commander. Hannibal has set a trap.
Hannibal's plan for the Battle of Cannae is absolutely brilliant. Strategists, tacticians, ever since, have striven to copy what he achieved because it represents tactical perfection.
Hannibal's battle plan hinges on three key moves. First, he concentrates his infantry in the center to attract the Roman advance and pull them inside the barbarian line.
It's extremely important for Hannibal's plan that the front line holds. If they break, if the cohesion is lost, the entire plan is undone, and the Carthaginians will be defeated.
Then, two bands of elite troops advance from the flanks, boxing Romans inside. Finally, a surprise cavalry attack from the rear surrounds them on all sides, cutting off their escape. If Hannibal succeeds, Rome will have nowhere to run.
The Roman army is designed to steamroll forward. That's what it does best. And that's going to work fine unless you deal with an enemy who practices jujitsu, who knows how to turn your strength against you and turn it to a weakness. And that's what Hannibal can do.
The result is slaughter on an unprecedented scale. While only 6,000 barbarians fall in battle, Rome loses a staggering 70,000 men, more than 80% of its troops in a single day.
The Battle of Cannae was a bloodbath, and there were more people killed in one battle than all the Americans killed in the Vietnam War. The horrific nature of this battle matches anything in human history. Imagine thousands and thousands of men falling, scratching, huddling. It would be something straight out of a modern horror movie, except on a much, much larger scale.
Such a particular battlefield should lead to the Romans seeking terms and the Carthaginians imposing them. The Senate sends word to Hannibal, seeking to negotiate. But Scipio has other plans.
Why are we talking about this?
We lost. Now we await their terms.
Yes, he was surrendering to Hannibal and his army of Hannibals, of barbarians.
It would not be over yet. A negotiated treaty is very different from unconditional surrender. We agree to neither.
Hannibal is waiting for us to bow our heads in obedience.
Not we let him wait. While we do this great general at his own game, by taking a fight to Carthage.
Hannibal's in for a rude surprise of the Romans have no intention of surrendering. They plan to keep on fighting.
Scipio is very much supportive. That narrative is that he is not going to take the hit by the Carthaginians. Quite on the contrary, he's going to take the offensive to Carthage now. For the next 15 years, Hannibal and Scipio battle to control the rival powers fight themselves into a stalemate. Hannibal then reaches the capital city, and Scipio must constantly keep the barbarians at bay. The Romans are very fast learners when it comes to their military. They are very adept at taking the best bits from their enemy, both analysing their tactics and their formations and their troops, and assimilating those into their own tactics, and to turn the enemy's strengths into Roman strengths as well. Scipio breaks the standoff in 204 BC. He invades North Africa, forcing Hannibal to chase him across the Mediterranean to defend Carthage. Their final showdown takes place in the south of Africa, where Scipio defeats his nemesis. Using the maneuver Hannibal unleashed on him at Cannae 14 years earlier.
One of the sad ironies of Hannibal is that in the end, he ends up being Rome's military schoolmaster.
It must have been incredibly distressing and frustrating for him to see that Scipio had been able to use his own tactics against him in this foreign conflict. It is Hannibal's first and only defeat.
But if you look at the record of great captains, they may win 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, but they don't necessarily always dominate forever. They have their day, and someone else comes along and can do the same thing with more resources, better troops, new technology, and their day is over.
After his loss, the great general retires. But Rome continues to see him as a threat long after he lays down his sword.
Hannibal is one of the few figures who actually knocked the Romans down. And he is the one that comes closest to winning. He shows the world that it's possible to take down this empire.
In 195 BC, the Republic demands that Carthage handle their own enemy. But Hannibal refuses to surrender. He volunteers to be exiled. Now in his early 60s, the man who is perhaps the greatest soldier the world has ever known deals his mortal enemy one final defeat.
How the fuck?
Someday, an ancient city frozen in time. It all happened. Yes, we know how they died, but how did they live? This is the journey of trust and archaeology. Rising Pompeii, Tuesday, February 14th, code on history. She wanted the proportion, but I just find that it's coming out.
It quite frankly a big story.
I believe that guilty right now.
A massive, huge story.
Domestic football heats up this summer. With
Fucking
teams
related.
playing for pride and glory, it'll be a thrilling run to the finals. This is where old white legends were born, and the next generation are making their mark. The Sterling
Whoa.
Sports Premiership, Oxford United, Auckland City, Sunday, Sky
Hold up a minute.
We made a discovery. What happened in the station? Someone's testing a weapon. Feeding a spark, but not in there.
None of us know what we're doing.
Not a molecule. Not a ronnik universe.
Our job is to create the world's earth.
Hmm.
You want to go backwards? We've explained season 2 every Wednesday in the Zone. This program and hundreds more also available on demand. All kids that need to be ready. The studio is so simple. We go like a rat. But we learn from who may let them left. And then
The chain. Episode. Tuesday. Sunday.
This one is for the host of the connection box today.
we need to ensure they understand
Well.
the difference between a weapon and tool.
Ah.
Messy and sometimes one chemicals.
Comes from to Starbucks.
The smell.
Come here.
Animals united on in one some battle, but not the war. And the next time the barbarians stand against Rome, they'll need a new tactic to defeat an enemy that's becoming unstoppable.
If you came into conflict with Rome, you could count on destruction.
With Carthage defeated, the Republic is free to conquer the Mediterranean. By 150 BC, its borders stretch from Greece in the east to Hispania in the west. But as the barbarians continue to persist in Roman way of life, they learn the consequences of rebellion against the Republic.
Those barbarians that had aligned themselves with the Carthaginians have to pay a price, and they're going to pay a terrible price.
The tribes that allied with Hannibal against Rome are the first to ally with Rome. The Lusitanians, Celtic warriors of western Hispania, are Rome's next target.
Roman action had to be so terrible, so cruel, to dissuade the rest of the Spanish nation from resisting.
28 years after Hannibal's death,
Who's smoking?
it's western Hispania.
Guess what?
But the servants
Boy, what a teaser!
forces the Lusitanians. But he does a lot more.
What I had him?
Galba sends the tribes to make terms of
Man.
a deal that promises to resettle them.
I got enough nose.
into a finals. It's a brutal lesson in public diplomacy.
Transylvania.
Even history?
Oh. No ladder?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, I am! Oh, fuck it.
Ah, fuck.
Where are you going? Hunting. I can't go back to Rome without the head of creators. Know this now. This terrain is in our blood. Rome took our ways. We still have the most precious weapon. The following program is classified PG. Parental guidance is recommended for viewers under
That
the age
was
of
shit
15.
server.
Just over 400 years ago, a group of London merchants arrived here on the Indian coast, hoping to do some peaceful trading. Those early pioneers dreamt of making huge profits.
From humble beginnings, this ragtag band of adventurers secured land from Indian rulers, formed alliances with local craftsmen, and built from scratch a commercial enterprise to export goods to
Plastic
Britain.
need for deep.
The East India Company was part of this tremendous globalization of the world, which really started in the 17th century and speeded up in the 18th and 19th centuries.
Over 200 years, the company grew into a commercial titan. Its wealth rivaled that of the British state. It had its own army, and eventually ruled over 400 million people. Its trade was vital to Britain's commercial success, and its shares were the centre point of London's financial markets. It revolutionised the British lifestyle.
The East India
Fuck.
Company changed
We-
the way we dress, it changed the way we eat, it changed the way we
Oh, indeed.
socialize.
And, by accident, created one of the most powerful empires in history.
They were instrumental in making Britain the maritime superpower. They helped lay the foundations for our own global trading system today. And they also helped to make English the world's language.
Every step of the company's rise was recorded in a unique archive.
What a lucky fellow you are, Charlie, going to India. You lead such a luxurious life. Why, you dog, when you come home, you'll be a rich man.
But the letters and diaries also chart its fall into profiteering, nepotism and corruption.
Every ancient friend of the family hoped I should live to be a major general.
And eventually a chilling story of drug running and famine.
Numbers of famishing wretches followed our army for the sole purpose of existing on the offal of the camp.
This is the story
of the greatest company the world has ever known. This is where it all started. On December the 31st, 1600, the East India Company was established by Royal Charter in London and granted a monopoly on trade with the East by Queen Elizabeth I. It was the beginning of a new age in Britain's history, an age of speculation and profit, enterprise and competition. Capitalism would change forever the lives of its people and politics. Trade would make Britain great and turn London into the richest city in the world. The company built a series of massive warehouses across the city of London to store its goods. There was Lime Street, Fenchurch Street, Seething Lane. Then when they filled up, they built more warehouses near the Tower of London, and here on Cutler Street, these buildings were filled with muslins, calicoes and silks from India and the Orient. Thanks to the East India Company, exotic goods like spices from Indonesia, tea and porcelain from China became part of everyday life. Every year, huge merchant ships of the East India Company, known as East Indiamen, would leave from right here, loaded down with silver bullion and British merchandise, heading up the Thames and out to sea to trade with the East. On board were young men filled with hope. Who they were and what happened to them are questions we can now answer. Thousands of them left behind an extraordinary record of their daily lives, in documents now held at the British Library.
Snakes had been found in the beds where gentlemen were about to repose. A lady was called in by her servant to see a snake that lay contentedly between two of her infants while sleeping in a small cot. This perilous situation produced the utmost anxiety.
In following their dreams, these young men would inadvertently forge an empire.
Wealth and honour will pour upon me, and to crown my felicity, some high-born damsel will eventually become my wife.
An empire that would create thousands of winners, but millions of losers.
The vulture, rising reluctantly from its bloody banquet, flapped its broad wings in anger and joined the wild chorus
Come
of
on, what the
discordant
fuck?
cries.
Wills, diaries, letters, more than 100,000 manuscripts fill 9 miles of shelving.
The letters and diaries of the people who lived and died under the company's flag are the lost voices of the East India Company.
Historian Robert Hutchinson has spent 6 years studying.
There are thousands and thousands of wills of company employees, and all of them give insight into the life working for the company.
Most of these documents have never been seen before. They put us in direct contact with the men and women of the company, a unique glimpse of our social history.
They're very graphic accounts of the attitudes and the beliefs and the commitment to the life they've made for themselves in India. They are extraordinarily graphic. You've been through all of them, but it's a lifetime's work.
They're just fragments of personal testimony, but pieced together, they paint a vivid portrait of daily life in the service of the honourable company.
On with these letters and diaries, and we've got a journey to retrace the footsteps of this band of adventurers, charting the rise and fall of the world's greatest company.
One country above all would play a preeminent role in that story, and become the jewel in the company's crown. India.
Have you got a building plan?
Our story began
No, no, come over here, stay over here then. I'll kill myself.
on the east
I'll go and
coast,
farm for some
a place
wood
where
and
the
stone and
address
make a building plan that I'll teleport back so we can cover this up.
The company arrived here. They wasn't pursuing dreams of conquest or
Yeah, I think
empire.
there's wood on the other floor there.
Secure
You
base
kill yourself,
in
drop
the
everything off.
trade.
Yeah, I am.
You have to just fall down one floor, and there should be wood in there.
This was the right spot.
with good reason. This is the Coromandel Coast, a name synonymous
Oh,
with
yeah.
diamonds,
Got it.
pearls, and the finest cotton.
But they took everything
In
else.
mid-17th century Europe, Indian cotton was the height of fashion. It was cheap, colourful, and hard-wearing. A fortune could be made exporting it. France's
Fuck, we got
was
no
made
stone.
possession of beach and set up shop.
Yeah, no.
Though
They
Ronnie
took everything
had other
except for the wood.
things on his mind.
Oh, you must be raining.
This
Yeah.
lusty young man had a girlfriend nearby. He was
Yeah.
keen to see her as often
Yeah, well,
as
we still
possible,
need stone to
but
cover it
threatened
up.
to resign unless the company
They
accepted his
emptied the
death.
furnaces as
Not the
well.
last time human history turned on
Yeah.
the affair of the heart.
But this was hardly the place to start a trading post. A dangerous sandbar just off the coast would cause ships to capsize or run aground. And if you made it ashore,
I should be able to
Wasn't
jump
much
upstairs, eh? If I just remove one
they
of the
had no
walls.
drinkable water within a mile of them.
Oh,
The
floor.
sea often
No.
destruction on one side, and the
Yeah.
river in the rainy season inundations on the other. The sun from April to September scorching hot.
It was
Madras Panam is one of the most incommodious places I ever saw. Incommodious or not, the company had established a
So
vital
it's still no
foothold in South
fucking-
India and began to trade.
They brought in what was the chief product of this area. From their point of view, weavers and dyers to manufacture handloom products. And this was the biggest export customer.
Within a year, 300 Bengali weavers had set up shop, alongside a motley crew of publicans and prostitutes. A handful of Englishmen were busy exporting cloth and spices back home for sale in London, much to the delight of the company's shareholders.
They could send their ships out here, fill the holds with spices, and hopefully return rich men. That's a very lucrative trade, and it's one that
Fuck,
has been
no, I can't
exploited
afford it,
by
eh?
European powers for a long time now. But by
Gotta
making
remove
it
it.
Because of
locally,
the,
they can ensure there'll be no
yeah.
domestic opposition to threaten the shareholders' profits.
Even so, the company's investors were taking a huge gamble. Each voyage could take 2 years or more, a long and tense wait to see a return on investment.
Along the way, there would be potential loss of ships through storms. There could be piracy. There could be conquest by local rulers, etc., etc. So this was a very high-risk venture.
But one that paid dividends from the beginning. When company ships first returned from the East Indies in 1607, investors had hit the jackpot.
That single voyage netted an absolutely vast amount of money because of these. Quote, a single cargo of this ensured that the investors made a 230% profit.
I don't hear any words to remove. What do you mean? Nah.
Oh, they must have got rid of the cupboard.
Just how much of a revolution this was. Something that we
No.
now
Because I got building privilege.
You got
Used
privilege?
as medicine as a painkiller, clothes were so highly prized, they were literally worth their weight in gold. With the construction of a warehouse and several homes,
That
the
means
company
I
was
have
turning
to.
3 miles of beach into commercial real estate. Trade was valuable, so they protected their new settlement with a stockade and called it Fort St. George.
The original Fort St. George was built on this spot and had been massively strengthened and enlarged over the years, but it took 14 years to build, and the East India Company directors bitterly complained about the cost. But this was like a big security barrier for their warehouse.
Please.
Madras was the springboard for expansion. Within 50
Fuck,
years,
that's a
the
pen.
company was building 2 further settlements, which they called Bombay and Calcutta.
Right.
These three urban centres certainly owe their existence to the East India Company. They didn't exist before. They grew out of small trading posts, which were gradually fortified, became more residential. Indian communities moved in, servicing the needs of the company and the British trade.
Now they've been given
And
control.
yeah, absolutely crucial.
In the early years, these 3 forts are very small garrisons. About 550 men were serving here at Fort George, what was then Madras. Less than half of them were European troops, the rest of them were locally recruited Indians. The merchants
partners were to trade, not fight. The trouble was, this was a dangerous place to do business. Competition from other European traders was fierce. Skirmishes were common. Thick walls were a necessary precaution. You come up here to this battle and you get such a sense of the defensive power of this walls. I mean, look at these walls. They're comfortably 30 metres thick. Slowed in here so that any cannonballs incoming back obviously over the heads of the defenders. And each of these engravers here, these V-shaped engravers, you had a big, heavy cannon. And these cannonballs would have flown out through here, an interlocking field of fire, making sure that anyone approaching these fort walls would have been obliterated. It's an incredibly tough position to take. With the consent of the local Indian ruler, the settlement grew rapidly. By 1700, Madras Patna had become a bustling town with 80,000 inhabitants. Trade was booming.
We've got my thing.
Goods were now flooding back from here to Britain, and having a profound effect on the British lifestyle.
Oh, bloody
It was the beginning of new kinds of diets of choice, of consumerism. People could now choose to have sugar from the West Indies, pepper from India. It was also the start of the Brits' obsession with hot drinks. Tea and coffee arrived for the first time.
Oh yeah, they've moved on.
We'll stay here. I'm just going to see my fucking.
Thanks very much. Gingham, silk, muslin, calico. Back in Britain, the company was importing a cavalcade of rich new fabrics. Bowled over by the exquisite skill of India's craftsmen, the British public went crazy. 18th century Indian textiles held at London's Victoria and Albert Museum revealed an impressive range of techniques being used in their manufacture.
All these objects are made of chintz, which is basically cotton, which has been hand painted rather than printed. The Indians managed to find ways of dyeing cotton so the colours remained brilliant and the colour fast. So that was very exciting for people in the West.
Cheap, washable and hard wearing, they made a huge impact.
Less formal clothing became acceptable
One of the
and
tail.
fashionable, and
The
it's
TPT
why
juice.
the British textile industry, because they were very
Well, they got a building next to us.
fearful that there would be no demand for their own.
There's one in the window. I can see it. It's on the roof.
And at
Just
one
wait.
point, it caused such a sensation and so much fear amongst
No,
the
no.
silk
Probably
workers
next
that
to
they
us.
tore the clothes off people's backs. Really? Because they thought their livelihoods were threatened. So it was that dramatic.
TPA looks
Merchants
great.
were quick to respond to consumers' changing tastes.
I mean, bulky.
The
It's
East
a bulky.
India Company would report back
You want it?
regularly after every shipment to Britain from India saying, well, we like this, but these didn't sell so well, and could you do more of the floral sprigs, or could you do more of this colour?
The long cloth you sent us grew so very coarse, ill-washed and packed. It is unfit to be sent home. Our money is much better than such trash.
The British retail fashion industry was born. Pajamas, bandanas, dungarees, dozens of new words entered the English dictionary. Demand for Indian textiles was so great, it threatened to destroy Britain's industry.
I think it's down the bottom.
Everything that used to be made of wool or silk, made into either the dress of women or the furniture of our houses, was supplied by the Indian trade.
The government even passed a law to ban people from buying Indian textiles, but it didn't work, testimony to the rising power of the consumer. Over the next 100 years, sales of Indian textiles would generate 60% of the company's income. By 1700, it was operating 22 trading posts across India. Calcutta was one of the biggest. The company's star was rising fast. But investors were about to be handed a commercial opportunity beyond their wildest expectations.
Oh, you got me, you cunt.
For 200 years, India had been part of a vast empire ruled by a
Oh,
powerful
fuck, I
dynasty.
blocked it. Oh, no.
The Mughals had imposed a centralised government built to impose authorities that unified the country with a road system of single currency.
The population was huge compared with Britain's. It was about 140 million. Britain then had about 4 million. The economic position was it was the second largest economy in the world, repeatedly, with about 25% of the world's
Still there?
GDP.
For the first few decades, the mighty Mughals barely even noticed the East India Company. The British didn't cause trouble, and besides, they paid good money.
The Mughal Empire had a tax on imports of bullion, so they were doing quite well out of the company agreement.
Oh, well, where is it?
Silver and gold. They were also selling the company trading concessions, and wherever they were able to set up factories, they had to pay for it. So it was quite
Okay, we're getting more bullets.
for the empire.
But in 1707, the Mughal Empire began to disintegrate. When the last great Mughal emperor, Aurangzeb, died, his successors were unable to hold his empire together. And power devolved
Is it
into
still there?
a patchwork of competing regional states. Obsessed with its own problems, therefore, the empire didn't have time
It's
to
on the
worry
roof.
about the little East India Company. Amid the confusion, a deal was signed. In exchange for an annual fee, the East India Company was granted the right to trade, duty-free, across the state of Bengal. No gift could have been greater. Company merchants, previously restricted to the coast, could now do business across the entire province. And as the Mughal Empire weakened further, the company expanded. The East India Company was
Oh,
sucked
what
into
the
this
fuck is the
backfield.
leg?
It would back one local claimant to a throne against the other, and in return for its support, it would be given landholdings or trading concessions. That meant within decades, the East India Company was becoming a sovereign entity in its own right. It had the power to raise revenue, to make war and peace, to mint its own coins, to administer justice. The East India Company was becoming a state. A state that by 1800 would rule 140 million people across 94,000 square miles and command an army 250,000 strong, all controlled by 159 civil servants in a London office some 14,000 miles away. Their headquarters, East India House, has long since disappeared under this towering structure, the Lloyd's Building. It was from here that the company was run. As its ships scoured the world's oceans, they were controlled by directors elected by shareholders, who were known collectively as the Court of Directors. There would be weekly board meetings of the directors, there would be quarterly auctions of the company's products, and then annual general meetings, which would often be ferocious affairs, where shareholders would be fighting over the size of the dividend. Share dealing, corporate governance, annual accounts. The company would help develop all the paraphernalia of modern business, turning London into the world's commercial capital. In India, the company's affairs were generating a mountain of paperwork. Every transaction recorded for scrutiny back in London.
Can you hear this baby knocking on the door?
Yes.
What's that for?
Awe-inspiring building was the
Let's put it in the
nursery of
kitchen.
the company's affairs in Bengal. In here were
Fuck, how did this thing is here?
there would be encounters and clerks noting down minutes of meetings and financial transactions, all the tedious daily
What?
business of the
What are you putting it there for? It's empty.
well-connected young Britain of the 1700s. The job of the company was a free ticket on the gravy train. To get the job as a writer, all you had to do was ingratiate yourself by the company directors. They were free to get the jobs whoever they chose. Family, connection, accountability. They gave them to their
sons.
I don't know how the fuck they can see me, yeah?
Their associate sons. Things like merit or experience.
What?
I shall be placed on the staff, wear a top hat, and laugh at the Governor General's jokes. And what? Will follow in due course.
The pay was great. Private training was a good way for the young men to supplement their income. The company did allow it, but there were rules. A captain was allowed to have a portion of his cargo to be reserved for his own private business. And the young writers out here were allowed to trade certain commodities, spices, diamonds, and textiles woven with gold and silver thread. It was a nice little earn.
Then the emergency extortionate interest
Got 'em.
rates, they speculate, they profiteer,
Oh, fuck.
and they engage in trade.
Dutski, come up and lift me up.
Using political power to create very favourable trading conditions for themselves.
We are the most ethical group, and actually the only group that's really
George?
changed.
Oh.
They taught me to attack my critics. My critics are now Scientologists.
You're a successful professional. In life, you always strive for the best. So when looking for a serious relationship, why sport medical risks?
Get to know someone you're getting to know. Register today at elitesingles.com/. For the world and Commonwealth champions. Our netball heroes.
Who was that?
From local netball.
Come on.
Flying from South Africa and England, all the fans compete in the Netball Quad Series. Netball Quad Series.
Are you still getting ready?
Monday,
Yeah.
Sky Sports 2.
Tunnel right, there's a base right next to
Here
us.
are this month's Sky On Demand Top 5 downloaded movies.
Wow.
All of these
Oh, it's the rain tower.
are really waiting for Sky Movies customers to watch now with Sky On Demand.
Oh. Sorry.
To start a new Cold War. This psycho has nothing left. Our comrades must reunite.
When someone ready to do a copy machine, but you can't all Russian record.
Fucking really lost the rights.
How far they get up?
Full loss.
Kind of plant, eh? No.
Fucking long, blue one, right? Blue one.
A clash that celebrates culture. The stars will collide. As the NRL's finest players battle for pride, passions, and culture.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sky Sports 2. But a career in India can make
Fuck.
considerable risk. None of
Hey,
the
hey, hey.
companies have prepared
Settle
for the
down,
dangers of a tropical climate.
Don't pop your head out.
The Greeks are rivaled by a withering barrage
Oh.
of heat and disease. It was said that during the hot season here in India, it was as dangerous a place as anywhere in the world.
So the other stairs when you're watching that.
Here I passed the night in a bed, which might be called a shot upstairs. The
See?
intelligence
Watching, eh?
together with the
How the fuck is he doing there?
They were just scoping in that one gap in those. If they know that you're going to pop back there.
Aesthetic is so weak it refuses everything. Many
Yeah.
who came to Calcutta ended up here in South Park's Ritz.
don't.
There's so many stories of friendships, love affairs, families torn apart by death and disease. Just pick one out here. Daniel John
The
Blackstone
box
was being
down, drop your bullets in case it does get you.
And he had a friend who looked up to him for years.
Has got a bag down?
We're in our base.
Rowley got
Aye.
disappeared and slowly wasted.
They're in your base.
We're in our base.
Poor fellow. He expired in my arms. To one so young as myself, unaccustomed to such scenes, this could not.
He's not even fucking looking at me.
The two of you is in pop shop now.
People grew to accept that death could be sudden.
With your instances of Amy as a gentleman in the day,
Pop your head, go up and down strokes to take the tension off your the other fellow here.
Sudi Pathacharya is researching mortality amongst the early 70s.
The cemetery was opened in 1767 and burials took place up in 1790. There's not a short period. Yes, that's a very short period which only goes to
It's going to pop up the same spot.
There's one here, if you like, he was sincerely and universally regretted by Europeans and natives, seeking that there was a police and so
It's going to keep popping up in that spot.
No, for instance,
Let's go to there.
he was one of the
There he is.
Hey!
adjudicated in Bengal.
They lacked the science, they lacked the knowledge about how to
What bullets you got?
these microbes. So everyone was in the same
My
boat.
philosophy?
The worst period for sickness was of course the monsoon between June and September. If you manage to survive September, around 15th of October, they will celebrate.
What the fuck? Give him a C3 going.
And a number of deaths took place in September. Many people died.
In 1 year alone, more than a third of Calcutta's European population died during the rainy season. The average lifespan of a Briton in Bengal was said to be 2 monsoons. The company regularly shipped blank tombstones from England to meet demand. This is the dark twin of the East India Company's success. This is the one they probably wouldn't want to talk about when they were recruiting those young men full of hope to come out here and grow rich and powerful. The company tried to help. It supplied ships and factories with vast quantities of wine in the mistaken belief that alcohol would promote health. It didn't help much, but the men couldn't have been more pleased. And when the cellars ran dry, there was always the local brew. Toddy, made from the sap of palm trees, was once killed ripening into stomach. Then there was arak, the locally
Fuck, I
brewed
don't know.
firewater, supposed to promote health in young men. And when it became clear that Peruvian bark, quinine, cured fevers, people started taking that. But it was so bitter, they found they had to mix it with sugar, soda water, gin, and lemons. The quintessentially British gin and tonic had been produced. When men weren't busy dying, shuffling paperwork, or raking in the cash, they were getting smashed. Hard drinking was a central part of their louche lifestyle.
spent a severe night of punch, and having sung ourselves to sleep in our chairs, were awoke next morning at 5 by the gun, when we turned into our several nests to ground, and keep our burning heads as cool as the weather would permit.
Fuck you.
Rampant alcoholism had paid to many a promising career. Our English habit to start having temperature to judicious use of ardent spirits to backseat. Drinking, gambling, and brawling. They were the quintessential Englishmen abroad. The staunchly Protestant company directors soon realised they had a problem. While they cared little about their employees' alcoholism, they did care about their choice of women. Some of them were apparently taking up with the locals, or possibly even worse, the Catholic daughters of Portuguese traders. This had to be dealt with, and the company came up with a brilliant suggestion, which was pack a ship full of British women and send them out here. What could possibly go wrong? The answer was just about everything. One lady traveller divided these women into two groups.
Old maids of the shriveled and dry description, and girls educated merely to cover the surface of their mental deformity.
When the women arrived, they behaved just as wildly as a man, forming relationships with locals and having a great time. The plan was abandoned immediately. The East India Company realized they should stick to shipping out tweed.
Really?
Company servants
I
had
think
no
these guys are gone.
attachment, and in any case, they were busy forming attachments of their own. The allure of Bengali women was proving as potent as the local firewater.
The attachment of many European gentlemen to their native mistresses is not to be
It's
described.
George.
An infatuation beyond all
Yeah.
comparison often prevails.
I think they're gone.
Many company men adopted the local tradition of polygamy.
I have known various instances
Jim.
of two ladies being conjointly domesticated, and one of an elderly military character who
Open this one, George. I've got nothing open them all.
16 of all sorts and sizes.
Many of these relationships
After at least they didn't take our food and sponges.
thousands of company servants provided
Oh,
generously for the future of their Indian mistresses and
No,
offspring.
food's down one.
Held at the British
Oh,
So here we
fuck
have Matthew
me.
Leslie, who calls himself by
Yeah, and that's all gone.
near Mahoney.
No, the food's still there.
And he translates
But I blocked
Well,
it.
it was gone.
his food
Oh, sure, I saw it.
received quite large sums of money. His late wife, Zia, for her
This
foreign
might be awesome.
benefit, 20,000 rupees to be paid straight after his death.
Fuck all over there.
What's that
Is
voice?
invested in company.
Oh, just
And quarterly payments made every
open the
year.
presents
The
already.
same kind of thing goes on to other girls.
The amount seems to be going down, so there's a sense of favoritism.
I can hear a squeaking noise.
So here she gets 12,000 rather than 20,000. And of course we pay
Like someone sucking on the mic.
his favoritism decreases. But the lady's got four mistresses, but there's also the royal mentions. There's only one girl living in my family living in his house. Maybe the child at the time of my deceased. If they give birth to women,
Who was that for?
Sorry.
Oh, that's right.
And his executors will have
Jim, are you up?
to determine whether or not such child or children were or were not begotten by me.
So that's pretty brutal. If they look like him, they get the cash.
Absolutely, and he leaves 53,000 in ready cash in his will, £53,000 sterling cash,
Jim.
not rupees. And today,
You gotta set your chat on C3 as well.
The East India Company had serious misgivings about its employees cohabiting with local women. But then again, knowledge of local markets was good for business.
Fuck, there was heaps of bodies around too.
Indigenous women teach them languages. So the company really has a vested interest in these relationships being close and tight-knit.
In this modern age of fake
Fucking burnt
news,
my finger.
will these famous hoaxes be exposed? Monetary Fight, history's greatest hoaxes. Thursday, 7:30, only on History. The defendant, strangled, victim, he did. I'm going to kill myself, Johnson. I did this. He did this. I'm strangling.
Oh, we have to go down somewhere.
Hospital treatment alone.
So,
Ronald McDonald House
soon.
provides a home away from home to keep them
this shit here.
At the beginning, things were really simple.
What do we need? We need batteries.
They locked the gravity.
Whatever you're in the mood for this month, Sky On Demand has you covered with the best box sets. From supernatural encounters to holiday hookups. From the lives of Bob Wines to casual comedy. Sky Basic customers connect your My Sky to your home broadband to watch all these great box sets and more. All on TV and all part of your existing subscription. Order your free Wi-Fi connector today. Visit skyondemand.co.nz.
2016 was the year he showcased his skills and brought home the glory. Now their achievements on the world stage go head-to-head in hotly contested categories. But who has the winning card to collect the supreme Aldo Award? And don't forget to look for New Zealand's favourite sporting moment. The Aldo Awards. Thursday, Sky Sport 1. Legion, New Zealand premiere at Thursday, Soho. Is
Leg.
also available on demand. We're a war zone every day, never dying. When do you expect delivery of your first superpower? By the middle of the 18th century, 90% of company employees in India had local partners. Many could now afford several mistresses and a house full of servants. Right, let's go. But something odd was going on. They'd arrived here as humble merchants, but their newfound wealth was having a bizarre effect. They adopted the ostentatious, flamboyant lifestyles of the Eastern prince, throwing themselves in armies of servants being carried from place to place in a palanquin. The pomposity and extravagance of these rightful gals knew no bounds. Much to the annoyance of their fellow countrymen. Many of the British inhabitants affect great splendor in their mode of living. They assume an air of much consequence, but often treat the rest of their countrymen with supercilious arrogance. I think this is my favourite picture from the period. It shows a man who looks like a Mughal emperor. He sits on a cushion, smoking a hookah, attended by servants. Master of all he surveys with luscious robes and turban. But that is no Mughal emperor. In fact, it's an accountant from Yorkshire. His name's John Wombwell. He's living the dream. While some live like overblown maharajas, others, like Major General Charles Stuart, engage with India on a more profound level. Charles Stuart came out here from his native island at age 19 and immediately fell in love with the place. He had a house here on Wood Street, which he turned into a museum, filling it up with Indian artifacts and carvings. He was happy to show anybody around and share his passion for all things Indian. Stuart found the exoticism of Hindu myths irresistible. Whenever I look around me in the vast region of Hindu mythology, it appears the most complete and ample system of moral allegory that the world has ever produced. Stuart's encounter with India changed his life. Within a year of his arrival, he had discarded Christianity and become a Hindu. Hindu Stuart, as he became
Someone's still there.
learned the local languages, dressed like a
Is
local
that you,
woman,
Jim?
very comfortable in places like this. He took the local woman as a wife and had a brood of mixed-race children.
Alright, I'm coming down from
Hindu scholars to
I'm trying to put a wall up and
traditional Hindu manner. Stuart wasn't unusual in embracing his new home. Many Britons and
and Indians accepted each other in an atmosphere of mutual understanding.
The British came to India before the 19th century very much as explorers, adventurers, and people out to make their money. And they encountered a very old and very complex civilization. And they were often impressed by it.
Yeah, I'm on the right of it now. I'm coming next to the water. I'm trying to put the hole back up. The wall back up. Don't shoot me.
Final analysis, integration was
Who's shooting?
Why shooting him, Jim?
In any case, the company's attention was focused on a far bigger problem, an escalating military confrontation with the French. The British and French had set up trading posts within a few miles of each other. The French at Pondicherry and Chandernagore, the British at Madras and Calcutta. In 1756, rivalry exploded into open warfare. Driven by antagonism over colonial interests, the 7 Years' War raged from Europe to North America and across the world's oceans. But in India, the ultimate prize was control over trade.
Merchants East India Company traditionally tried to avoid war. Its costs were certain, but its outcomes far less so. That's the business. But as the French grew more threatening in the subcontinent, the company realised it needed to get more serious about the military side of things. And the motley crews guarding its forts in India weren't up to scratch. What it needed was a serious, standing army.
The company decided to strengthen its garrison at Fort St. George. In January 1748, 150 British troops arrived in Madras, led by Major Stringer Lawrence, an irascible old soldier known affectionately as Old Cock.
He's 50 years old, he's fought in the lowlands in Spain and also in the Jacobite rebellion. He is a man with great knowledge of military affairs. His job is really to reform the company troops out in India. He begins by forming into companies, each commanded by an officer, and those companies are equipped, trained, and disciplined exactly like British troops would be. And of course, the end result of all of this is it becomes a much more effective fighting force.
His new army was led by European officers, but most of the troops were Indians, known as sepoys from the Persian War of the soldier. Stringer Lawrence is seen as the grandfather of the modern Indian army. Many units are the direct descendants of those he founded 250 years ago. One young soldier of Lawrence's new army was the future national hero Clive of India.
Robert Clive was from
this
provincial gentry. As a young boy, he was a bit of a tearaway and loved getting into fights. He was expelled 3 times from school. So his father thought, nothing much will come of him, and he might as well gamble. He sent him out here to India, joined the East India Company, which made men or broke them.
At first, Clive had been desperately homesick and hated the searing heat.
If I should be so blessed as to revisit again my own country, but more especially Manchester, the centre of all my wishes, all that I could hope or desire for will be presented before me.
You guys.
He was known as a man who had a relatively short temper. He was, and as we discover in his later career, a man of tremendous energy, vigour and resolution, and this must have seemed a pretty crushing way to begin his career.
Clive would be the driving force in transforming the company from commercial giant to the dominant political power in India. In 1756, his great adversary was the Mughal ruler of Bengal. Siraj-ud-Dowlah loathed the British and bitterly resented the company's hold on Calcutta. In June, he attacked the city. Calcutta fell within hours, and on the evening of June the 20th, 146 British prisoners were taken to Fort William, now the site of the government post office.
When you get to the food now.
100 yards from this spot stands a grim reminder of what happened next.
The most vivid account we have is left by a man called John Zephaniah Holwell, who's the chief magistrate of Calcutta, who was left in charge. And he and his men were marched into a cell just 18 foot wide at gunpoint. It became known simply as the Black Hole. And what happened in there became one of those infamous stories in the whole of British imperial history.
There he stood.
It set the prisoners crushed together, suffocating and fighting to stay upright, were
The
gripped
snow.
by a claustrophobic terror.
Oh, jeez.
Red
The
thing.
heat was almost
You
unbearable.
just teleport somewhere else.
Trying to save
Yeah.
his thirst.
Oh, I died.
Holwell
Yeah, but the
took
Jiltrek
off his
just died and
sweat-soaked
started
shirt
farming.
and rang it out into his
Right.
mouth. Other people trampled on their
Technically not
weakened
farming.
bodies of their comrades, desperately trying to reach
Just
the
picking up
small
anything I
window
can on the way while I'm running,
top
just in case I get
gulped
shot.
down some fresh air. It was a night of
Fuck.
unspeakable
That's
suffering
very
and cruelty. When the doors were flung open at dawn the next day, the cell was filled with
Yeah, best one, this.
to Holwell's horror. Just 23 expired.
No, didn't make it.
Towards the end of the account, particularly memorable line, he writes,
Didn't make it.
"Oh, sir, what word shall I have got to tell you the whole that my soul suffered at reviewing the dreadful destruction around me? I will not attempt it, and indeed tears stopped my pen." The news of what had happened to their fellow countrymen at the hands of a barbarous Indian despot electrified congregations right across Britain. This, after all, was a generation that was starting to believe that Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. The story of the Black Hole left a deep scar in the British psyche for generations. To Victorian schoolchildren, the events of 1756 were as familiar as the Battle of Hastings. But historians like Sushil Chowdhury believe Holwell's account can't be trusted.
Holwell first mentioned that in the black hole 165 or 175 people were confirmed. Later, he revised the number.
Does red turned off on this?
146, and out of
I'm not sure.
23 were alive, but 123 died.
So you don't think there could have been that many people packed into that small a space?
Well, no, it was impossible to put in 146 people in that small room, which is 18 feet by 14 feet. And then he said he knew most of the people, but he was pitch dark.
How come we have
Anyone could recognize people there. And then he said he looked at his watch. How could he look at his watch? It's fabrication for that.
What we don't know for sure is how many actually perished that night. The numbers range from
We've
3
got a red suit here.
I suspect it's somewhere in between. What is not in question is that this was an atrocity. Was it deliberate? Or was certainly not. It was unfortunate that this small airless room, it happened on an incredibly hot and humid night. Some of the people inside were already wounded from the battle that had taken place, and there were bound to be some fatalities. But that there were so many was a point taken very seriously by the British, the remaining British in India, and also the British back home. And it was very much the same.
Oh, it's around the wrong way. Yeah.
Determined to reassert supremacy, Clive recaptured Calcutta and confronted Siraj at a village called
You
Plassey,
find a rock
120
deeper in mine.
miles north of the city, in what would become a decisive moment in the history of the East India Company.
You can jump from there, jump, step back towards the wall. You can jump.
But Clive had a plan that couldn't just rely on military might alone. Even in secret correspondence with one of the
I'll just
key lieutenants, the commander of his
put one finger on shift.
a man called Mir Jafar.
The deal is done between Clive and Mir Jafar. There's a certain key part of the fight. Mir Jafar will come onto his side. In other words, he'll leave his chief, and in return, putting him on the throne, the company will not only be paid vast sums of money, and we are talking about fantastical sums, but also will be given a free rein in terms of its trade.
Now we got red. Twice in one fucking day.
It was all over in a matter of hours. had little to do with military might. Near Jafar, the traitor, paid off and ensured that the majority of Allied troops took no part in the battle. He was then installed as Britain's puppet. This opened up the richest province of India to the country. Robert Clive regarded this Machiavellian manoeuvring as the pinnacle of his career. Were now rich. Better still, in exchange for a single payment of £270,000, the company was granted the right to manage the Diwali, or the revenue and civil administration of Bengal. This allowed them to collect land tax from the entire population of Bengal, 10 million people. It effectively turned them into de facto government. Robert Clive estimated that it would be worth £1.7 million every year. With control over the revenues of India's richest province, the company's role profoundly changed.
There's the point at which the East India Company really moves from being a trading enterprise to an actual ruler of territory.
The Diwali was a license to print money. After the costs of administering Bengal had been met, the company's profit margin was 49%. The commercial floodgates had opened.
Popular spot.
Right? Is it?
Genius is consumed by people. Uncover history's greatest acts,
Quite a spot.
scams, and escapes.
As saying, I think we built our base in a popular area.
On
Yeah.
history. The flash for trans-Tasman cricket power is here.
So it's because when you die and you spawn down the road, that's why.
Which country will have bragging rights at the start of 2017? ANZ International Series Black Dance Australia. Third ODI Sunday. Sport 1.
Bloody assholes.
Getting rewards is easy. Now Sky comes with perks. Download the app for free today. The cost is just actually
Scotland seems strong enough to stop the beast.
I'm afraid that it will be very much time. You need to clear the dog.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
The Magicians, Season 2, every Tuesday, episode. This program and hundreds more also available on demand.
I want you to imagine we are invading hospital. It's both in the Boondocks. Shoot. Parental. In a place where he has history.
You can let us know you're back in
How
town.
far are you, George?
Oh, you knew we were coming, Diana. With some small town dirty tricks. Lister's not going to catch me with my pants down. Be out the big city slick. Thursday, new series.
Right?
Good news for New Zealand here.
Put
March
a
on
cup.
Sky Sports.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
In 1766, news of the Diwali reached London. The prospect of massive financial gains in Bengal pushed the company's share price through the roof. Now, this is partly fueled by Clive, who wrote to his friends from India, advising them to buy stock, and he wrote to his own attorneys as well, telling them to make huge purchases on his behalf. Not surprisingly, other
Oh, here we go again.
followed suit.
You want to spot you, George?
Clive returned home a national hero with a personal fortune equivalent to £38 million today and a generous income from land holdings in Bengal. He went on a spending spree.
He bought a raft of properties, including his childhood home, Styche Hall, which he renovated for his father. And then he bought this place, Walcott
Maybe
Hall,
I'll look
for the
for
princely
Scott.
son of 9
Sorry?
Surprise. Maybe I'll
Not bad for 6,000 acres. Clive began transforming his new home into a lavish palazzo with one of the finest gardens in England. After ruling a state 4 times bigger than Britain, Clive was determined to forge a political career back in the old country. His new Shropshire pile came with an added bonus.
Walcott Hall had traditionally been owned by the powerful Walcott family, and they'd been able to nominate the area's MPs. When they thought that didn't yet, Clive saw his chance. He bought the estate, and with it came control of the local parliamentary borough. That allowed him to basically appoint his cousin as the MP. For the next 50 years, Clive's money ensured that his family continued to live in style, and they continued to control the politics of the local area.
Clive added half a dozen seats in Shropshire and further estates in Devon, Monmouth and Surrey to a bulging property empire.
He was one of a number of company men who grown fabulously wealthy in Bengal and then returned home to improve their status in life. They brought their way into the aristocracy. They brought influence and power.
They became known as nabobs, a term synonymous with vanity and absurd pretension.
Perceived to be too rich for their own good, to wear their diamonds to ostentatiously, to wear textiles from India, concerns about simple parliamentary despotism that they may have brought back from the Mughal Empire in India different. All of those are great concerns to people.
The nabobs represented the East India Company at its most venal and corrupt, a direct threat to the social and political order.
There was a concern that not only were they bringing back great wealth, but they were also infiltrating Parliament with these sort of oriental corruption and Asiatic practices of government, which were viewed with a great deal of sort of concern, scepticism and anxiety by the ruling elite in Britain.
By the 1780s, they had become a powerful minority, with 1/10 of the seats in Parliament. But their good fortune would soon end. A natural calamity was about to throw the honourable company into the biggest crisis in its history.
Famine had long been a part of life in Bengal. The one that began in the late 1760s
The red town with the
was
big
turned into a
chimneys.
full-blown humanitarian disaster by the East India
I
Company.
bet.
It's hard to come to terms with even after all these years, but while the nabobs
Many faces around.
stately homes, throwing parties, filling them with silver, wine and heart, the people of Bengal who were paying for all that
Hey, keep
were
waking up.
experiencing some of the most appalling conditions imaginable.
A prolonged drought and a poor harvest caused a famine that continued for 3 long years, the worst of living memory. The agony
Oh,
of the
fuck, I
Bengali
just ran around
people
in a
was described
circle.
in vivid detail. The East India Company watched and recorded everything.
Who's that base?
In the last 6 weeks, double
You.
that number in other towns of the province, and then these chilling, terrible, awful words. Hunger drives many of them to such distress that the strongest frequently in some parts of the country fall upon the weaker and devour. We're talking about cannibals. We're talking about cannibals here. They're forced into those kinds of horrible means of staying alive. And then, in contrast, the next paragraph says, all these concerts and all public entertainments ought to subside at this time of general scarcity. But I'm sorry to say, they have not. And under the doors and windows of these places of amusement,
Anything in there you
like
need?
these dead bodies, now don't forget, in all the agonies of death,
Not this shit.
despair, and loss.
So as you're going out to a concert or something, you're stepping over destitute, dead and dying piles of dead people. Did the East India Company help, or did they make things worse?
They made things worse. They raised the taxes on agricultural produce. They banned the hoarding of rice and grain, which were traditionally used to tide over the population through periods of scarcity. They ripped up some of the food crops to plant much more profitable indigo and even more profitable opium. And
So
finally,
they're gonna keep coming in the same way then.
the servants started to speculate and
Yeah.
profiteer
It's
from
a
the
food.
sales of rice
I have to find somewhere else.
grain, selling it out of the province at a grossly inflated price.
The letters reveal
What the
where the
fuck?
company's
Your head's
priorities
glowing.
really lay.
What's the deal? See,
The distress situation
the thing glows there. We gotta see.
they can't
Fuck the legs.
divest themselves of anxious apprehensions concerning the effects which a continuation of the drought may have on the collections of our revenue. So they're thinking profits rather than
Fuck these are
disaster.
freaky.
It's estimated
Good
that
talk.
between 2 million and 10 million people
Hey,
die.
Talking
A
then.
salutary lesson in the dangers of unchecked.
hello, big boy.
You have streams and streams of people who are dying, walking to company officials saying, help them. You are now the rulers. You need to do something. You have responsibility for us, and the British do very
It's food over here. Food.
There was certainly a sense that the nature of the East India Company government at
Full
the
of
time
food.
had exacerbated the famine, that it had made things worse if it hadn't actually caused it.
The famine was a human
You
tragedy
need that
and a financial
helmet.
disaster. The Bengal economy
Oh, you look, your gas is
the
glowing.
colony's income plummeted, its share price crashed, and all dividend payments were suspended. The bubble was burst. People wanted to know why. How could this have happened? Parliament set up its own inquiry, and a scapegoat was lined up. Robert Clive, Britain's richest man.
So they find somewhere else to do.
Seen as the sort of leader of the
Fuck, we're gonna
Bengal
keep.
was nicknamed
Right?
Lord Vulture. Denounced for enriching
We're gonna
himself
keep
with
getting
Indian
raided.
Clive was hauled before Parliament. We asked the accusers to remember the situation that he'd been in. An opulent city had lain at his mercy. He'd been shown through vaults full of treasure, gold,
Oh, you should take this map.
on every side. He finished by saying,
Make a map.
I stand astonished at my own
I have
moderation.
to go deep in the water.
If Clive was greedy or corrupt, he certainly wasn't the only one in the House of Commons. He was acquitted. In fact, he was even thanked for services to his country. But like a plot twist in a Victorian melodrama, his life ended in tragedy.
Took it down.
In November 1774, Clive was found dead in his London home. He'd suffered depression for much of his life, and he'd become an opium addict. It's very likely that he committed suicide. Dr. Samuel Johnson wrote that his crimes had driven him to slit his own throat.
Don't die.
It was a scandalous and pitiful end to a life of extraordinary, if controversial, achievement. Accused of corruption, incompetence, and greed, the company's reputation was in tatters, and there was worse to come. The crisis to where
Right, so try to get a base far away from this bloody arena. The server's too small.
Claims Nazi U-boats were secretly moving from Cadiz, Spain to Argentina.
George.
Intel tells
This is-
us that there were
George.
U-boats leaving in this particular area.
Yeah.
We have a
Jim Jump.
photograph with a U-boat there in the Gulf
Jim
of
Jump.
Cadiz, and we have an eyewitness corroborating.
On top of it, we've got this lady who pulls out
Has he got his mic on? Or is...
Nazi espionage in the Cadiz area, and she's telling us that Nazis are using this Reina Cristina hotel as a meeting place.
Spies going in, spies coming out. That's
Set up on-
U-boats are coming in and coming out. It makes sense.
Question is, what do you get
Right?
if you go Reina Cristina?
That's what we need to find out.
If
Quite
this
works, but
hotel
works on
leads to
Steam,
potentially
but
U-boat
it doesn't work on a
export
screen.
I'll be very happy.
So be excited.
So I changed the audio settings. I think it's using the default voice.
Right. Don't know if it's still someone on the
Well,
hood.
maybe it's to stay asylum.
Doesn't know if it was Jim or Sheila.
World War II historian James
try.
Collier and U.S. Army recon expert Mike Simpson arrived at the hotel Reina Cristina in search of evidence that this location could have been used to covertly board onto a U-boat.
You can see why you would have so many farm things back in the first part of the 20th century.
Certainly can.
Come on there, big barrel rhinos, looking straight out over the water. Oh yes, you can see a bit from here, can't you?
The beach is right there.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have easy access to the beach, so you can almost picture in your mind a U-boat popping off up there.
So as long as you could get someone down to the beach, it would be hypothetically possible to get a U-boat.
I would still always prefer to do it completely clandestine. Avoiding visual detection is ideal. I'd like to see something that would get me all the way out into that U-boat without ever being detected.
We're looking for signs of infrastructure. What I want to do is look around and see what can I find out from the people who are there.
Hey, what's that? The team makes contact with Claudio Casas, a hotel employee. ¿Hace cuánto tiempo que trabajas acá? Aquí fue desde el año 90 o 26 años ya. Okay. So he knows it well. Buscamos para un descubrir. Hay maneras para salir afuera del hotel, en secreto. Sí, sí, tenemos un sitio así. ¿Y conoces? Sí, sí, perfecto. Enséñame. Vamos a verlo. He's going to show us something. Sí, vamos. Claudio leads the team to an entrance below the hotel's pool. Vamos, people. So the question is, where does that go? ¿Dónde se va? I need to take a look at that. Really fast in here and pretty smelly. I'll follow this around, see where it goes. Really tight. Saw that water flowing up ahead. I'm seeing some light. Wow. I was not expecting this at all. So I've got two big wells, big cisterns, about 2.5 meters across. I think probably about 30 feet down. The team has discovered a tunnel that runs below the hotel's pool, leading to a pair of wells 100 feet from the coast. Water down there.
Who's shooting?
Really good. The desert is finally found spots where it's clear and there's no bases for a while.
I don't know what's
George
going on
TPA.
there. It's not moving along the television. I don't know if I want to get.
Oh, there's someone close by. I can hear charges going off. Someone must be laying a mine. But from here all the way back that way, it's mostly clear. There's no buildings. And to your right, somebody's trying to drop a mine. Just have a look around. Oh yeah, I'll just carry on looking around.
Do we have any evidence that either Hitler or Bormann were on a U-boat leaving Cadiz? No, we don't.
No, it's in the bloody
See if there are any other intel reports in the database. And let's see if either one or both show up in
Then if
this
that's
particular
DVD.
treaty. Hitler,
Jason is.
Bormann, what are we going to do with
The
the
hell?
100 miles of Cadiz? This is a MI6 report, August 10, 1949. Bormann's headquarters, Tangier, Morocco. Former Luftwaffe pilot asked whether Bormann really had the organization of which he had been told, and received a reply that the National Socialists were working for their whole lives to prepare a comeback for National Socialism in Germany and in the whole world. It's a huge statement. The Bormann goes to Tangier to set up the Fourth Reich, and that's not speculation. Earlier in the investigation, we uncovered Hitler had plans for the continuation of his empire well beyond the Second World War. Hitler carried with him secret plans for the V3 skyrocket bomb. A V3 hit the United States. Never really think history was
Yes,
over.
it's not too bad around these areas. There's the lighthouse.
Yeah.
If Hitler
was still alive.
mountains and
He
all that,
wasn't
which
going
is
to
all
disappear to
clear. There's no
Argentina
buildings on it.
who loved the mountains, write poetry. We're
Ah,
talking
come
about
back to the
somebody who had great potential to power. But he's got to have a network that he trusts, and Borman's the guy that he'll trust.
What's really interesting here is the proximity. Tangier is only 9 miles from the hotel.
And remember that Tangier was a lot like Spain. It was never fully under Allied control. It's always been a point of smuggling into Europe. Tangier's a good place to hide.
If Hitler and Bormann were in Spain, there's every reason to infer from this that Hitler got on a U-boat from Spain to South America, and Bormann goes to Tangier and sets up his headquarters there in view of their overall ambition for France. That's how they did.
What we got to do is get the team there, and all I care about is some evidence that Bormann went there.
Is there any bases around by the lighthouse?
If it was a building,
A
if
weird
it was an
looking
address,
shape.
it was a basement, a hotel room, I don't really care. I just want some evidence.
Tangier is a big city.
I think somebody's got little buildings all around it.
Let's go.
Whereabouts?
Lighthouse. See it by the water.
What do you think we need to be
Where?
looking for if there is such a headquarters? Communications and security, first and foremost.
U.S. Army recon expert Mike Simpson and
There's one on the
World War II
border.
historian James Holland are in the Moroccan city of Tangier.
So this is the original ancient fort. Yes, there
See
is.
the one on the
They
water?
rendezvous with local translator Esteban.
There's one over there. The mining quarry going.
Just a little jump to Tahiti.
Yeah, just across the sea.
For centuries, Tangiers has been known as an international city with strategic
Look at the
importance.
island behind
It
the.
sits right about the Mediterranean and Atlantic. It's in a key position.
By the
You can
lighthouse.
always spread out to see where it leads.
Somebody set up cupboards all the way. Shitloads of
The
cupboards
team
all
makes
around it.
contact with Professor Rashid Tabersidi,
For the one
expert
island.
on Moroccan 20th century history.
Yeah, even
What
in the
was
water.
seen here in the 1940s and 1950s?
At least around this area, there's not many people
Los
yet.
países querían saber todo
Not
el
anyone yet.
tráfico, sobre todo militar, que pasaba por el estrecho. Y cada uno estaba espiando al
Up
otro.
in the hills.
He's saying that painter picture, they always been in constant of espionage. The Allied forces and the Axis forces all used to spy on each other and look all the time. So during the Second World War was the Wild West.
Do you do it?
Where you got spies, that
Oh,
means you've
just
got
past the lighthouse.
safe houses,
Upon the shoreline.
infrastructure, which
Oh, yeah, I see.
post-war, if you're
Job.
being Nazi, is all incredibly useful. So I'm thinking, like, if I'm a German spy and I'm here,
Why does like throw it at the door?
place to spy from before.
Just put it in your inventory and
Rashid
then look at
leads the
the.
team to a lookout point to better examine the port, a potential entry and exit location for spies in Tangier.
That's amazing. It is amazing. It's incredible. So this is where espionage begins. But once you got the information, you then taking that into the system. During the 1940s, was there any location where German military
down there, Jim.
officials were seen moving in and out?
Había alemanes.
You're
Jim,
saying
is that you down there by the lighthouse? Jump.
there's a lot of
Those are naked.
Nazis here, of course, in the Marshall specifically.
Who's got the
We saw with a really broad location in the city of Tangier. That was
Who's got the blueprint?
specific neighborhood of Marshall.
Well,
This is a known
Me, I've only got the
where
map.
these Nazis
Jump.
interacted during the time
oh
period.
shit! Wait.
Now we seem to find
Jim.
the
Oh my god, Jim, jump.
Exactly. That's the kind of trail leads us.
I tell him to jump and he runs.
Where do you go?
Holiday, an ancient city frozen in time. It all happened here. We know how they died, but how did they live? This is the June contrast in archaeology. Rising Pompeii, Tuesday, February 14th, open on history. She wanted the promotion, but I just fired the talking about it.
It went from being a big story
Hopefully not used right now.
to a massive, huge story.
Where are you sure? Is it?
are set to light up the night.
Huh?
Get up and shake it.
George, jump.
Brooklyn's biggest party. The Dalla NRL Open Night.
So you're jumping on it.
Tomorrow, Sky Sport 2.
I see.
In
Where'd the other dude go?
David Attenborough involved
Is that on Jim?
television
Really?
series.
And now, 60 years later, it's here in
There's a mining quarry if you keep running that way.
All this colour making this stuff. I've never seen it. And you never get to see it.
Oh, there.
Photography of Pink Vikings.
Jim, jump.
It was almost unknown. Nobody had done this before.
I'm jumping.
Rebels, really.
Fried Planet, Sunday, the premiere of Edinburgh Soup Place in colour. From Cape Reinga to Bluff, Kiwis love Sky. But however you enjoy your favourite shows,
Are you on the hill, George?
it helps know what's on. And we, Skywatch Magazine, is like your best mate when it comes to watching Sky. We're kicking off the VSTEC Super Rugby as the 2017 season gets underway. The 54th Halberg Awards are here, cricket continues, and league begins. We highlight giant pandas, the Oscars, and spring break with Grandad, plus recipes, giveaways, interviews, and more. It's all here this month in Skywatch.
Oh yeah, I can see the quarry you're talking about.
When movies are this good,
Are you running up a hill?
says it all.
Yeah.
Great. Great.
There's someone running around that quarry.
Great.
So you really see of the kind of life you just it's nice.
Just
There must be a base on that island, eh? Or there's heaps
greatest
of
movie channels.
CPA just, right?
That's one channel of pure 24/7 Premier League action. And another with the very best of European football. It's the beautiful game like never before. So upgrade to PN Sports by jumping online or calling us now.
We've gone from the entire
Yeah, we can use a base on the way.
Yeah, listen, we have to dig into this and see where we can find.
That's
We
the
look at the evidence. It's
In
clear
there,
that
all
the
those
right
cupboards.
blood plan.
those cupboards look
Robin's trying to
nice.
discuss their investigation.
I guess they just did that so no one builds on it.
MI6 file reports Martin Ronnik was setting up a headquarters for Hitler to re-enter the world stage after World War II.
We're talking about the Fourth Reich. It reminds me of another one of the documents that we had earlier in the investigation. Here we have a U.S. military intelligence document dated 7th of November 1944, where a French intelligence officer infiltrated a Nazi meeting. These are the things that he was able to discern. Existing financial reserves in foreign countries must be placed at the disposal of the party so that a strong German empire can be created after
Following.
the defeat.
I'm running up the hill. Go to the top.
These bureaus will receive plans and drawings of new weapons. The Fourth Reich depended on forces. If Hitler is a commander, weapons are absolutely crucial. If you're really going to become involved with the manufacture and distribution of arms, what do you need? You need a munitions expert. You know who comes to mind? None other than Fritz Mandel.
What can Francisco tell us about how Mandel made his money while he was in Argentina? He used to own an ammunition factory. So he was making arms while he was here? Yes.
And here we have Hitler meeting with him after World War II. This
Oh,
paints
the
a
big
picture of
ass
a man
base
who's
over here.
a Nazi army, Austrian munitions maker, big time money. He's in Argentina.
What's important here is that Mandel was a trusted member of Hitler's inner circle. He's a dyed-in-the-wool Nazi, and he's somebody
Right.
that Hitler could trust.
I think we need to look a little bit closer at Fritz Mandel. Okay, we're going to hit U.S. War Department report in 1943. Mandel's bicycle and plastic plants began to produce machine guns, airplanes, bullets, and bombs. This is the perfect cover.
Yeah.
The raw materials, the machinery
Yeah.
that's needed to produce bicycles is the same as what's needed for machine guns, bullets, and bombs. He owned a number of companies in Argentina One in particular, though, is a bicycle factory in Buenos Aires. If we could go to this so-called bicycle factory in Buenos Aires, and I could get forensic evidence, the munitions, weapons, explosives, circumstantially, a conspiracy has been proved. We are doing the investigation that should have been done 70 years ago.
It's a weird location for a gun factory. Downtown Buenos Aires, especially one that displays ammunition. You don't need one glass, and you have a lot of problems at the end.
Investigative journalist Gerard Williams and U.S. Army Special Forces Tim Kennedy, along with local translator Nicole, arrive at the location that was once Fritz Mandel's bicycle factory.
You ready? We're in the metal factory to see if they were making munitions. Munitions can be so many things. They could be grenades, they could be ammunition, they could be explosives, bombs, artillery. The spectrum of what a munition can be is diverse. It just has to do one thing. Hurt people.
The team meets with Margarita, a longtime employee of the factory.
An era that we're the most interested in is when Mandel was working at this factory.
Cuando fue que tomó control de la compañía, lo adquiere en el año 43. Somewhere around 43, she started appearing in the books as vice president. But it's still a mystery exactly how long he was here for.
What were they able to make with the machines that they're using?
Esta fábrica que permitía fabricar una cacerola, tabletas, cualquier tipo de objeto de cualquier tamaño. They can make some really
found a spot.
items and really fit aluminum objects.
First, they told me those machines, if you have the right engineer, you can make almost anything metal right here in this factory. They have the equipment to be able to execute from start to finish, not only a gun, but also the ammunition.
So this is the area that was in use during the 40s. Every machine here is out of order.
You bought it.
Once you get back,
You bought the port yet?
yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Just above it. On the hill.
The last little bit. Big port.
Yeah, I'm on the hill where the trees are.
Yeah, absolutely. And the size of the stuff. The size that reminds me of nothing more than artillery shells. Any water rounds? This is all 1940s.
You're on top of the hill.
During manufacturing, just in downtown Buenos Aires.
New place over
Timeless, classic, exemplary, immortal. This small town in the middle of Italy went on to become the center of an empire.
We tend to joke and say all roads lead to Rome. Actually, they did.
From humble beginnings to superpower,
The Roman priority is to get there anyway.
Mary Beard presents Rome, Empire Without Limit. New series Monday, 8th on history.
The royals and as you've never seen them before. This is Virginia.
Yeah, physics hit there.
Just like any other family.
It's not safe for a foreign girl to dress. Thank you.
It's a queen optimus.
the best you good.
Unlike any other family.
You have this huge amount of respect for your boss. And I always view her as my boss.
Sunday, brand new Elizabeth at 90, a family tribute of crime.
You transform. What are the digital? I'm not married. Oh, shit. Fuck. Spraying everywhere.
For the first time ever, Superbirds face off against Wales in an historic back-to-back Test series. Wales versus Superbirds, first test, Wednesday live, Sky Sports 3.
That's a proper introduction. Let us introduce you to the latest and greatest movies. What you see? The biggest actors, breathtaking dramas, epic re-release movies, already on your TV. Break the ice. Enjoy them anytime. Sky Box Office. Too easy.
In an election year, you have
Oh well.
she's got to
350 licenses I've got.
Football diplomacy.
20 by 20. 20 times on it. Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty good question. Question is asking.
try for drama.
What you gonna do right?
Well, 300, what, C4s?
Yeah. 350. Cost me $20 out of my shooting the animals, you get money.
Yeah.
Out of the shop.
This place is filthy.
Tim Kennedy and Gerard Williams have gained access to a factory once owned by Nazi
Just take
sympathizer
10 at a time.
that, according
Oh, well,
to
it's
a
only
declassified
$20
US
for,
War Department file, was secretly manufacturing munitions.
One thing's for sure, they must have had a good clean in the last 75 years.
They are investigating a now defunct section of the factory that was in use during the 1940s.
There's inches of dirt in the corners on the floor that center over the wall. It could be a blessing in disguise. Because if they were making bullets here, if they were making explosives here, whenever they stop, it doesn't look like they started cleaning. No. So this could be the environment that can protect those residents. Yeah. It's not going to decay them 70 years. Yeah. We're looking for trace elements of the things that they used in explosives and ammunitions back during World War II. This factory's dirt, but the dirt actually would have protected those traces that we're looking for over the course of time. The technology that we have could still be able to identify them. These are explosive test cards. Okay, so I go, I find a sample, I get a little bit of residue, put it on the card, put it into the seeker. If there's explosive residues on the card, the seeker will tell me that this is what you found and this is the material that's being used here.
The team is armed with the Seeker-E, a state-of-the-art munitions detection device used by military forces around the world. To minimize false positives, a test card is inserted into the Seeker-E, which releases a chemical solution that causes explosive material to change color when detected.
I gotta go get some samples. Those things are stitching. I want to test those. A bunch of black residue. The bottom of this film. Three, two, one. Done. Finalizing test results. No explosive detected. Okay. Just keep looking. See anything else to test for, Randy? There's not a lot of here. Hey, Gerard. Yes. Definitely stopping here, Gerard. So we have multiple bits of equipment here for measuring chemicals, down to the plant. This is what I'm testing right now. You can still see residue in the bottom. Analyzing explosive test card. 10 seconds. I have a positive hit. I have explosive detected, group 1 TNT, T and B. It's detected TNT. Okay. The stuff that was used after World War I, during World War II, to build ammunition, to build explosives. We have two of the ingredients they used then, right here.
But if it was on other stuff, it would indicate a different era of manufacturing. But the sample in here is materials that they used back then. We came here for evidence. It looks like we found it. If Hitler and Bormann were planning the Fourth Reich, they're going to have munition factories just like this. They're going to have partners like this. I think that this factory, what they're making here, could have been part of the Fourth Reich. If I were a spy operating in this area, these are exactly the types of streets that I would want if I had to move from point A to point B and lots of places to duck off.
In Tangier, Morocco, Mike and James investigate the Marchand neighborhood, a reported hotbed of Nazi activity in the area. They are in search of a location that could have been used as Martin Bormann's headquarters for the planning of the Fourth Reich, as reported by a declassified MI6 file.
There would have been expats from all these European countries here from the early days of the war, maybe fleeing on through the war and post-war.
And this really is a kind of a confluence of all sorts of different people, isn't it?
We saw with a really broad location in the city of Tangier. We've narrowed that down to a neighborhood, Marchand. Now what we're really looking for is a headquarters building that is supposed to have existed 70 years ago. It might not even be standing today. We need to look around a little bit, start to elicit human intelligence, and try to locate it on the ground. Is there a house or a business where Germans would be located? I don't know.
It's very easy to lose your bearings.
Yeah.
If you're looking for headquarters, this is your area because you want somewhere discreet, out of the way, that people aren't going to notice. Look at that. I want to see what that's got to offer.
Mike and James discover an abandoned building on the outskirts of the Marchand neighborhood.
Gosh, Mike, look at this. What is this place?
The first thing I think of is like a fortress with these walls are so thick and a building like this.
This feels like a hideout, doesn't it?
There's things I like about this place for like a meeting place, but not necessarily a hiding place. Right. Unlike a lot of the streets that we've been on, it's like a triple wide street, so it's a lot of time. I don't like the front entrance at all. It's basically in a large plaza. That tells me there's a lot of eyes that can watch this.
In hopes of zeroing in on a location that could have been used as a Nazi headquarters in the Marchand neighborhood, their local contact has convinced Shamsi Mohammed, a lifelong resident of the area, to speak with them.
So with the known presence of all these spies here in Tangier, do you know if this building had any connection to that, specifically the Nazi spies? And then we looked at they don't have no idea about it.
The period that seemed interested in is 1945 because we're looking to find any signs of Germans, Nazis escaping Europe, fleeing to Tangier.
Is there any specific location that he knows for sure, or that was rumoured the location that the German spies would particularly use or operate at in the area?
There is a specific house where there was a suspicious German people.
Where is this?
It's in the museum.
Check that. This is a very positive development in the investigation. Through our intelligence sources, we know to narrow this down from the entire city of Tangier to a neighborhood to a single street. Hayem Officer, with Martin Bormann's headquarters, can be found somewhere in the city. Thankfully, our search grid has been significantly narrowed.
Oh, I pretty much moved all the stuff upstairs.
Oh yeah, sweet.
The Civil War has to be the ultimate test of our democracy.
America's Civil War, February 22, on history. What happens when genius is consumed by evil? Uncover history's greatest acts, heists, scams, and escapes. Evil Genius. Wednesday, March 1, only on history.
Yeah.
Eat it properly. Can I have some?
I'm gonna head off.
Yum yum.
Yummy.
We have to George getting off.
In Buenos Aires, and that's what the support covered.
Was it?
We simply
You say you're getting off.
It's interesting that you say that.
Yeah.
Something that is quite interesting is this man right here by the name of Jorge Silvio Coloque.
He's got all the bullets.
Coloco was responsible for a hip hop. He was right-hand man, the same way Walden was to be often.
No, it should be right up the top.
No videotape here of Coloco. Coloco also puts a caveat that he doesn't want this interview to be disclosed to the public or to anybody else until after he dies.
I gotta see his ultimate.
We are the first to delve into this tape. He says that in 1945, after the end of the Second World War, there was a meeting between Juan Perón, the president of Argentina, and Martin Juan in Buenos Aires. And this guy isn't just anybody. I mean, he is Perón's office, a trusted aide. Jorge Coloque is important because all along we have been looking for witnesses. This guy was there, saw the way stuff went down. This is the closest you're going to get to a human source describing this relationship between Perón and the Nazis. So let's look at the interview. Let's subject it to some forensic analysis. Let's see if he's telling the truth.
Bob and John are joined by Alan Hall. His state-of-the-art CBSA technology measures minute changes in a person's vocal cords to discover if they're telling the truth.
Traditionally speaking, an individual that might be lying is under stress. The computer voice stress analyzer technology will identify that via the microtremors in voice. The more stress, the more the microtremors are tight, and they're depicted on the screen as a deceptive pattern. The polygraph, I've seen people beat it over and over again.
Voice stress analysis, not so much. Let's look at the video.
Porfa, llegó la Argentina no con un pasaporte a nombre de él, un pasaporte que se le mandó con un nombre falso. Hubo una conversación muy privada, pero fue muy secreta la entrevista. Cuando después una persona me dijo, "Vos, no, sí, sí,
In your book, you say to each possible, why is that?
porque consideré una lealtad hacia Perón. Yo considero que el traidor tiene que ser fusilado por el mal.
What we'll do now is grab the audio off of the bottom and using the software, capture those voice patterns and put them on the screen. The relevant question was, did Perot actually have a meeting with the Nazi Mark Bormann? So, based on these patterns, the results of the audio are truthful. You take this to the bank. The results are the results. This is huge. We've got munitions. We've got thousands and thousands of Nazi war criminals living in Argentina, and now we've got government support. You have Bormann meeting with the president of Argentina, and you have this talk of a fourth Reich. All of the evidence is pointing to that there was a plan afoot to establish the fourth Reich at the base of Argentina. The evidence is getting stronger and stronger. The deeper we get into a fourth Reich in Argentina, the more I'm convinced. On this line, so we narrow it down to here.
In Tangier, Morocco, James Holland and Mike Simpson head for the street known as Calle Imam Muslim, which could be the location of Martin Bormann's headquarters, to plan a Nazi Fourth Reich, as reported by a declassified MI6 file.
Bormann's going to set up a headquarters. He wants security and communication. You want to keep those leaders safe. Through our intelligence sources, we've been able to narrow the location of Martin Bormann's headquarters from the entire city of Tangiers to a neighborhood and finally to a street. The next step is for me to get up on the high ground, and I want to see what I can see in the neighborhood. Hello. See this white structure right there, just to the right of it. Does that look like an antenna to you? Or an old one at all? That's not a TV antenna. That's not a highway radio operator antenna. And that was military grade. Think that's it? It's definitely number one on our priority list right now to check out. Going into this street to actually conduct a ground reconnaissance, something that's just a little bit out of place, anything that's just a little bit different. All these little clues are what I have been trained to look for. Oh, look at this. It connects right to that house. Look how thick that concrete is. That's ridiculously thick. That's like a defensive position where it is. Two things that Bormann would have to have for a headquarters. Security, communications. Both of them are right there. He's literally like he built it to withstand an attack. You know, this place is built a tower. And it's just such an oddity. It's so impossible. All the kind of construct, the way it was put together, absolutely reminded me of a Chinese bunker.
They approach the front gate, hoping to gain entry into the home.
Bullshit!
Gracias, Mar. Estábamos viviendo por aquí y nos ha interesado la forma de la casa, la arquitectura. ¿Te importaría si damos un momento a echar un vistazo? Un segundo de entrar y... No. She's saying no. We're really sorry about just a minute. Dice que el coche sucede mucho a la molestia que hay en el patio, se nos había olvidado.
Puede dejarlo, pero no está aquí.
What year did you get? You don't have any idea who the original was.
Un alemán. Y fue el alemán el que hizo la torre.
The Germans built the tower.
Sí. Él abrió muchas salidas porque era una muy pequeña la torre.
Showing up all of the tower, but also the bathroom, the basement,
What's one room?
Huh?
Sleep.
Many of them gone?
No. You sleep on your bed too.
Is there any chance we could come look in the house as well? Pero no como la casa. ¿Sería posible? I'd love to hear here.
¿Es la que puedes pasar a esa habitación? Y a otro sitio.
So there's a small compartment connected to the house. So there's animals that ever known in this house. Well, let's see where it comes out.
Okay, these are it. Right.